afternoon. Welcome to this meeting of the Conway City Council. It is 4 o'clock on June 16th, June 17th, is it not? 16th, I'm a day ahead, 2025. I welcome all of you. I have asked Mayor Pro Tem William Goldfinch to lead us in the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance.
Gracious Lord, we thank you for the opportunity to pause and gather tonight to do the business of the city. As always, Lord, we ask that you give us strength and courage to be the people you've designed us to be, so that we would go out into this community, the community of Conway, to do the work that you would have us do. Help us put aside our differences and lead this city with integrity and character. All of this we ask in your name. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much, Mr. Goldfinch. Is there a motion relative to the consent agenda? Ms. Butler.
I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda.
Thank you. Is there a second? A second. Ms. Helms, thank you. We have a properly seconded motion to approve the consent agenda. All in favor, please indicate your favor with a showing of your hand. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much. We'll move forward to item 5A. I've got a list of resolutions and proclamations. There are a lot of good people in this town to be honored this evening. And on the one hand, I'm going to give them all the honor that they deserve, and at the same time, I'm going to try to do it quickly. So we'll just follow the next several items, A through G, in the order in which they're mentioned. Beginning with Conway Middle School students and their teacher, Maurice Sheffield, for their achievement at the South Carolina National History Day contest. If you'll meet me over there, please. There's one for everybody. As we continue to prepare, I've been asked to recognize these people in particular. Stacy Falconberry, the media specialist and NHD research librarian. The students who participated in the state competition, and these are those who placed in that competition. South Carolina Department of Natural Resources Group Documentary, William Matt Goldfinch, promoted to nationals. There you are, with a haircut. Winston Wynn Hutt. Winston, who is also promoted to nationals. Jace McLean, promoted to, he's not here. From the Manhattan Project group exhibit, Ihor Drovorov Eor. So, who's one of you? I'm so sorry. Huge apology. Ihor Drovorov. Did I say that right? Thank you so much. Who is promoted to nationals, and Gibson Porter is not here, who's also promoted to nationals. For the Pathway to Accessibility and Disability, Americans with Disabilities Act, there was a group exhibit with Mackenzie Rabin and Sydney Rausch, both of whom are alternates to nationals. And David Will Cecil, Haynes Rabin, and Evan Johnson, who did a group exhibit on the ban on bourbon. And finally, the right to be humanized, the pathway to informed medical consent, and a visual exhibit by Julia Fagan. And the resolution reads, State of South Carolina, County Rorty, City of Conway, honoring the South Carolina National History Day contest winners. Conway Middle School students and their teacher, Maurice Sheffield. Mr. Sheffield, how do you do? Whereas the National History Day competition is a prestigious academic event that encourages students across the United States to engage in historical research, critical thinking, and presentation skills. And whereas students from Conway Middle School, under the guidance and mentorship of teacher Maurice Sheffield, demonstrated outstanding dedication, scholarship, and creativity in preparing their historical projects. And whereas these students achieved significant recognition by winning the National History Day regional competition held at Coastal Carolina University on March 14, 2025, competing against many other talented teams from across the region. And whereas several student groups from Conway Middle School advanced even further by winning at the National History Day state competition held also at Coastal Carolina University on May 3rd, 2025, earning the distinct honor of representing their school and state at National History Day national competition in June. And whereas the leadership of Maurice Sheffield has been instrumental in inspiring students to explore history with passion and rigor, cultivating skills that will benefit them academically and personally throughout their lives. Now therefore be resolved that the Conway City Council formally recognizes and congratulates the students of Conway Middle School and Maurice Sheffield for their exceptional achievements in historical scholarship. In witness whereof, this resolution is hereby adopted and made a part of the city records the 16th day of June, 2025. Mr. Sheffield, if you come forward, please. The photo op. Yes, we should get a second. Let's congratulate you.
Mayor, it's noteworthy to also make the point, Mr. Sheffield, in the top 5 teachers for Horry County school teacher this year, so they've got to go.
Another round of applause. Congratulations. We will now ask members of the Conway High School girls tennis, or the Conway High School girls tennis coach, Patrick Howell, to come forward if he's present. He is present. Are there any members of your team here? No.
They're friends.
We're happy to have you. This resolution reads, State of South Carolina, County of Horry, City of Conway, honoring Conway High School girls tennis coach Patrick Howell. Whereas Coach Patrick Howell has demonstrated exemplary leadership and dedication as head coach of the Conway High School girls tennis team. And whereas under his guidance, the Lady Tigers achieved an outstanding record of 20 wins and only 2 losses during the season. And whereas Coach Howell led Conway High School to victory in the region championship and advanced to the 3rd round of state playoffs, showcasing athletic excellence throughout South Carolina. And whereas his commitment to student athletes, both academically and athletically, has set a standard of sportsmanship and achievement for Conway High School and the entire Conway, South Carolina community. Now therefore be it resolved that Conway City Council formally recognizes and congratulates Coach Patrick Howell for being named Regional Coach of the Year and extends its deepest appreciation for his contributions to youth athletics and community pride. And witness whereof this resolution is hereby adopted and made a part of the city records the 16th day of June, 2025. Coach Howell, I happily present you with this resolution and congratulations. Thanks so much, fellas. We now will honor Conway High School boys golf coach Brian Rogers, if he's present. Yes, you are. Hi, how are you? Oh, I'm so glad you're here. This resolution reads, from the state of South Carolina, county of Horry, city of Conway, honoring Conway High School boys golf coach Brian Rogers. Whereas Coach Brian Rogers has demonstrated remarkable coaching expertise and leadership as head coach of the Conway High School boys golf team. And whereas under his leadership, the Tigers captured both the region championship and the lower state championship, marking a historic season for Conway High School. And whereas the team also earned a place among the top 10 in South Carolina state golf tournament, reflecting Coach Rogers' ability to guide athletes to success at the highest levels. And whereas his mentorship and development of young talent has brought pride and honor to Conway High School and the city of Conway, South Carolina. Now therefore be it resolved that Conway City Council formally recognizes and congratulates Coach Brian Rogers on being named Regional Coach of the Year and gratefully acknowledges his contributions to athletic excellence in our community. Coach Rogers, it is my pleasure to present you with this resolution and to congratulate you as our leader. Is Mr. Conway White with us this afternoon? Would you come forward? Please bring that pretty baby. If she gets the least bit unsettled, I'll just take her home with me. This resolution comes from the state of South Carolina, county of Horry, city of Conway, honoring Conway High School boys soccer coach Andre White. Whereas Coach Andre White has made significant contributions to Conway High School and the city of Conway, South Carolina through his leadership of the boys soccer team. And whereas under his direction, the Tigers made back-to-back playoff appearances for the first time in school history, an unprecedented accomplishment. And whereas Coach White's leadership has elevated the boys soccer program at Conway High School, fostering growth, resilience, and success. And whereas his selection as Regional Coach of the Year is a testament to his impact on student athletes and the broader Conway community. Now therefore be it resolved that Conway City Council formally recognizes and honors Coach Andre White for his historic achievements, applauds his dedication, and extends heartfelt congratulations on his well-earned recognition. In witness whereof, this resolution is hereby adopted and made a part of the city records the 16th day of June, 2025. Coach White, congratulations. Not with us this afternoon, but I'll read this pretty quickly. State of South Carolina, county of Horry, city of Conway. Resolution honoring Conway High School boys basketball coach Michael Hopkins. I understand he has a game, otherwise he would have been here to receive this resolution. Whereas Coach Michael Hopkins has shown exceptional leadership and coaching acumen as head coach of Conway High School boys basketball team. And whereas the team, under his guidance, earned the region championship title and advanced to the second round of the state playoffs, finishing in the top 10 in South Carolina. And whereas Coach Hopkins' influence on his players extends beyond the court, promoting hard work, unity, and personal growth. And whereas his recognition as Regional Coach of the Year reflects his dedication to excellence and his positive influence on Conway High School and the entire Conway, South Carolina community. Ms. Butler, would you join me, please, just so that your representation of Conway High would fit in very well here. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council formally recognizes and congratulates Coach Michael Hopkins for his remarkable achievements and conveys its sincere congratulations and appreciation. In witness whereof, this resolution is hereby adopted and made a part of the city records the 16th day of June, 2025. And on Coach Hopkins' behalf. I will. And this is the lady I've been waiting to meet for a while, Ms. Lakra Farrar. Now, is this baby Genesis?
I'm sorry.
Is this baby Genesis?
This is baby Genesis is still in the view.
It's still in the This proclamation comes from the Office of the Mayor, County, South Carolina, a proclamation to broaden knowledge and research for Beckwith-Wiedemann syndrome. Whereas Beckwith-Wiedemann syndrome presents with particularly large birth weight called macrosomia in newborns, and whereas as pregnant children grow, they often experience the overgrowth of one side or one part of the body called hemihypertrophy and hemihyperplasia. And whereas many children with Beckwith-Wiedemann syndrome become hypoglycemic, and microglossia, an enlarged tongue, is commonplace among these children. And whereas abdominal wall defects like hernias, enlarged abdominal organs, and increased risk of developing certain cancers follow victims of Beckwith-Wiedemann syndrome. And whereas microglossia, enlarged tongues, and pits or creases at the earlobe or behind the ear are characteristic of this disorder. And whereas too few adults are aware of the existence, magnitude, or possible causes by Beckwith-Wiedemann syndrome. Therefore, by the power vested in me as mayor of the city of Conway, South Carolina, I proclaim June 17th, tomorrow, as Beckwith-Wiedemann Syndrome Day. I urge all to become aware of this ailment and to support all the efforts to study and ultimately find a cure for Beckwith-Wiedemann syndrome. And witness whereof, I have set my hand and caused the seal of the city of Conway, South Carolina, to be affixed the 16th day of June, 2025. This is a testament to our city clerk, Alicia Shelley, and Billy Carly. Okay, I'm going to put it right over here, okay? There we go. Is there anybody here who is a ham radio person? You're pointing at somebody? This proclamation comes from the Office of the Mayor of Conway, South Carolina, regarding Amateur Radio Week. Whereas amateur radio operators are celebrating over a century of the miracle of the human voice broadcast over the airwaves. And whereas amateur radio has continued to provide a bridge between people, societies, and countries by creating friendships and the sharing of ideas. And whereas amateur radio operators have also provided countless hours of community services, both in emergencies and to other local organizations throughout these decades. And whereas these amateur radio services are provided wholly uncompensated. And whereas the state is also recognizing the services amateur radio people also provide to our many emergency response organizations. And whereas these same individuals have further demonstrated their value in public assistance by providing free radio communications for local parades, bike-a-thons, walk-a-thons, fairs, and other charitable public events. And whereas the city of Conway, South Carolina recognizes and appreciates the diligence of these hams who also serve as weather spotters in the Skywarn program of the National Weather Service. And whereas April is the National Association for Amateur Radio in the USA. And whereas, I'm sorry, that was not April, that is ARRL, is the National Association for Amateur Radio. And whereas the ARRL Amateur Radio Field Day exercise will take place on June 28th and 29th, 2025, and is a 24-hour emergency preparedness exercise and demonstration of the radio amateurs' skills and readiness to provide self-supporting communications without further infrastructure being required. Now therefore be it resolved that I proclaim that I, Barbara Jo Blaine, Mayor of the City of Conway, do hereby officially recognize and designate June 28th and 29th as Amateur Radio Week in the City of Conway, South Carolina. This is attested to by the city clerk. Congratulations to all you hands. Item H is a presentation of Employee of the Month for 2025. And this comes from Public Safety.
On Wednesday, April 9th, 2025, Conway Fire crews responded to a medical emergency at a residence on Palmetto Street in Conway. The subject was working in their yard when they suffered a severe medical emergency. After treating the patient and loading them into the Horry County Fire Rescue Ambulance, the crew from Fire Station 1 stayed behind and finished the yard work for the residents. This truly defines the core values of the Conway Fire Department and the City of Conway by putting service above self. A small selfless act sometimes goes a long way. For this, it is my honor to recommend Battalion Chief Antoine Neesmith, Captain Jeremy Herndon, and Firefighter Jacob Hayden for Employees of the Month, June 2025.
Congratulations to all of you. It speaks volumes about who you are when you take the time to take care of people's personal matters such as you did, and you certainly made us proud in doing so. God bless you all. You will. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Jeff Johnson. I'm so sorry that I didn't acknowledge your presence. We have our Representative Jeffrey Johnson with us this afternoon, and we're so very proud to welcome you here and to have you with us. God bless you. They with something. I didn't even see who, because it was kind of crowded. Item I, a discussion of a request to annex approximately 224 acres of property located on East Highway 501, New Road, Ash Pond Road, Marina Drive, Elm Street, and Laurel Street, and rezone from Horry County Heavy Industrial District and the City of Conway Light Industrial and high-density residential district to the City of Conway, Waccamaw Riverfront Districts 1 and 2. Ms. Hutz.
Yes, these properties are the location of the ash pond sites in the surrounding area that were recently acquired by the city. They're currently zoned Horry County Heavy Industrial, City of Conway High Density Residential, or R3, and Light Industrial Districts. Staff is proposing that all property not yet annexed to be annexed, and all of the property to be zoned Waccamaw Riverfront District 1 and 2, depending on which portions are on the riverside versus the town side of the railroad, which is consistent with the zoning of the surrounding properties. The future land use map does identify a majority of the property as conservation preservation and a smaller portion as light industrial. Planning Commission will hold a public hearing on the request at their July 10th meeting, and staff will forward their recommendation with first reading. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Ms. Hutz. Are there any questions or comments relative to this proposed annexation? There seem to be none. We'll just move forward. Item J, discussion of a request to annex approximately 1 4/10 of an acre of property located at the corner of Highway 544 and Todd Boulevard, 720, 730, and 748 Highway 544, and rezone from Horry County Highway Commercial District to the City of Conway Highway Commercial District. Ms. Hutz.
Yes, these properties on the corner of Highway 544 and Todd Boulevard, the applicant is proposing to construct a Scooter's Coffee on the property. Currently, there is a State Farm Insurance Company, a produce stand, and an existing cell tower. The annexation is being requested now because they will be required to annex or request annexation as a result of development of the site. The city's future land use map also identifies the property as highway commercial. This too will go to Planning Commission for a public hearing on their July 10th meeting, and staff will forward their recommendation with first reading of the request.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hutz. Are there questions or comments regarding this proposed annexation? There seem to be none, Ms. Hutz. We'll move forward. Item 5A. First reading of ordinance ZA 2025-0721A to annex approximately 2 1/22 acres of property located at 1091 East Highway 501 and rezone from Horry County Highway Commercial District to the City of Conway Highway Commercial District. Ms. Hutz.
This request is being considered as a result of the requirement by Public Utilities. The property at 1091 East Highway 501, known as South Atlantic Monument Company, is currently on the same water meter as the residence located on Amber Lane, which has the same property owner, and as a result of the requirement for the property to have a separate meter installed, annexation must be requested by the property owner, which also requires all surrounding properties owned by the applicant to be subject to annexation. The requested zoning for these three properties upon annexation is highway commercial, which is consistent with the city's future land use map. Planning Commission held the required public hearing on the request at their June 5th meeting. The property owner was present and expressed his desire to not be annexed into the city, and he was under the impression at the time that he would be receiving water service from Grand Strand Water and Sewer Authority, as they are who bore under the road to make the utility connection, and had some communication with the owner as to where the meter would be installed. Planning Commission ultimately recommended against annexation and zoning of the property. The following day, staff verified that this property and the surrounding properties were within the utility service area and informed the owner that there was an active install ticket for a water meter to be installed on the property where South Atlantic Monument is located, which is why that property and adjacent properties owned by the same owner were required to be annexed. The property is within the city's water utility service, and these properties, along with surrounding properties, are part of an overall area plan that staff will be working on later this year for the Red Hill area, and as such, staff recommends approval of the annexation and zoning of these properties as highway commercial upon annexation.
Thank you, Ms. Hutz. This is first reading. Is there a motion?
Question.
Yes, sir, Mr.
Question
Jordan.
there. The next property, I see that building and police both had some concerns with the adjacent property. I'm assuming those concerns would relate to this property as well?
Yes, sir, this one and the Amber Lane
Yes.
property. And it is because that, aside from the parcel across Amber Lane, no other properties directly around these are within the city limits yet at this time. But with these properties and with any other restrictive covenants that may exist and with the area plan, you will start to see more properties in the area be annexed into the city, potentially be annexed.
Anyone else? I will move that we approve first reading. Is there a second? Thank you. We have a properly seconded motion to approve first reading of this ordinance. Are there any other questions or comments before we move further? There being none, we'll call a vote. All in favor, please indicate such with a showing of your hand. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Item B, first reading of ordinance ZA 2025-0721B to annex approximately 79/100 acres of
Mayor,
property.
before you move on, I believe there was one vote that was not in favor.
That was not, I'm so sorry, I didn't note that. It was not unanimous. There was one person opposed, Mr. Jordan, and the motion carries with the majority. Thank you so much for bringing that to my attention. I thought I saw your hand differently. Item B is first reading of ZA 2025-0721B to annex approximately 79/100 acres of property located at 150 Amber Lane and rezone from Horry County Commercial Forest Agricultural District to the City of Conway Low to Medium Density Residential District. Ms. Hutz.
Yes, ma'am. This property is part of the previous annexation for property on Highway 501, only this parcel is on Amber Lane and contains a residence. The property has an existing water meter which had been previously feeding water to the property where South Atlantic Monument Business is located, and which triggered the requirement for annexation to be requested for this property and surrounding properties also owned by the same property owner. The zoning district to be assigned if annexed would be the R1 or low to medium density residential district, which is consistent with the city's future land use map. And staff does recommend approval of first reading.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hutz. We have before us first reading of an ordinance to annex this property. Is there a motion? Or are there other comments or questions?
Does this have mobile home, the property?
I believe there is. It's a stick-built or a site-built home, but I think they also have a mobile home on the parcel as well.
And that mobile home would be allowed to remain as long as it is in good shape. Is that correct?
Yes, and I believe there was discussions about that being removed anyway, so if that is removed, they would not be able to replace it or put anything back.
Okay, thank you.
So let me clarify this. They are planning to remove it?
Yes, I believe there were discussions, although I did not have the discussion with the applicant personally, but that was going to be removed. And even in the event that it's not, it would be considered legal non-conforming. So once it's gone, anything that comes back would have to be conforming because there's already a single-family residence on the property.
I move then that we approve. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Hardwick. There's a properly seconded motion to approve item B. Is there any further discussion or are there questions? There being none, we'll call a vote. All in favor, please indicate your favor with a showing of your hand. Anyone opposed? With one opposed, the motion carries with a majority. Item C, first reading of ordinance ZA 2025-0721C to rezone approximately a third acre of property located at 1307 Granger Road from Highway Commercial District to Low to Medium Density Residential District. Ms. Hutz.
The applicants are requesting to rezone this property from highway commercial to low, medium density residential in order to construct a single-family residence. The property has an older commercial structure which was previously used as an auto garage and is currently classified as storage or warehousing, and the legal nonconforming residence that once existed on the property has since been removed. Land Records identifies these properties as lots 20 and 21 via a plat from 1941. Should the rezoning request be approved, the applicants would need to have a plat done to combine lots 20 and 21 into one parcel, and the commercial structure would need to be removed before a permit for construction of the single-family residence could be approved. The future land use map identifies the property as highway commercial. However, several properties adjacent to this property with frontage on Granger Road are currently zoned highway commercial, although they are either vacant or contain residential uses. Planning Commission held a required public hearing at their June 5th meeting and recommended approval of the request, and staff also recommends approval.
Thank you, Ms. Hutz. I move we approve. Is there a second? Ms. Helms?
I second your motion.
Thank you. We have a properly seconded motion. Now, are there questions or comments before we call a vote? There being none, all in favor, please indicate such with a shine of your hand. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Hutz. Item D, first reading of ordinance ZA 2025-0721D to amend the existing Carsons Ferry Plan Development District, formerly known as Rivertown Landing Planning Development, to amend the list of permitted uses on Commercial Tract A, consisting of approximately 4¼ acres of property located on Riverport Drive. Ms. Hutz.
This request was discussed at the June 2nd meeting. The Carsons Ferry Plan Development, also referred to as Rivertown Landing Plan Development, has been amended several times in the past, 2010, 2017, 2018, and 2022. The applicant owns Tract A of the plan development, which is one of the 2 remaining commercial tracts. The list of permitted uses on Tract A is very limited, only allowing a bakery, a candy store, ice cream shop, a cafe, or a restaurant. The initial request to amend this tract was to amend Tract A to a mixed-use tract with commercial space on bottom floors and residential uses on upper floors. The proposal was considered by Planning Commission in April, with several residents of Carsons Ferry speaking in opposition to the request. Following that meeting, the applicant held a community meeting with the residents, and the consensus of the residents who attended was that they would support single-family residential only on Tract A. The applicant amended the request to permit up to 6 single-family residential lots with homes similar to those already developed in Carsons Ferry. Planning Commission considered the revised request at their June 5th meeting and recommended approval of the revised amendment to the Plan Development District. Given their recommendation, along with the concerns the community had with the previous proposal of mixed use, and the unlikelihood that the tract would be developed as permitted under the current PD, staff recommends approval of the proposed amendment to Tract A to a residential tract.
Thank you, Ms. Hux. This is first reading of this ordinance. What is the will of the council?
Can I ask a question first?
Of course, yes, ma'am, Ms. Helms.
Is there a reason why we just can't stop it at 5, that 6th house that's behind the retention pond / I guess the HOA center? It backs up to that wetland?
Yes, it could be amended to only allow 5. I believe that the applicant would like the ability to have up to a 6th lot, just depending on lot configuration and how it's ultimately going to be designed. The applicant is present if you would like to hear directly from the applicant. But I believe it's just to have the flexibility in, if they're able to configure the site, that they would be able to have an additional lot.
I'd like to hear from them.
But yeah, it could very well be limited to that.
And did you say you'd like to hear?
Yeah,
more
I'd like to hear from
about the difference between 5 and 6 lots, residences, please.
Hi, Ashley Cowan, Diamond Shores. I don't know if I have to give my address for this council, but 315 Main Street. At the moment, our current plan has it designed at 5, and those actual homes with the setbacks as is match the existing homes. We don't know who the developer will be at the moment, so we don't exactly know the footprint of the homes. If they go a little bit smaller, it is possible to fit in a 6th lot. So until we know exactly who the builder of the homes will be, we wanted to leave that flexibility with the 6th lot.
You see the one I'm talking about in the back between 38 and the retention pond, that would be the one I was talking about.
Yeah, and again, the site hasn't been engineered yet, and we don't know, explain to me what you're asking.
It just looks like, I know where that is, so I know that road floods, I know the retention pond flows over. I just think that.
That might be the existing clubhouse.
Yeah, that's the clubhouse.
Yeah,
38 is not in the
Oh,
parcel.
yeah, I know, I actually rode by there. I just thought that, I mean, that's a cool lot if I could afford it, but I'm just saying.
38's existing.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the one that doesn't have a number on it.
Yeah, that's the clubhouse.
that's the clubhouse.
That's the clubhouse?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, where would the 6th lot go?
So right now, the 6th lot isn't designed in there, but if 69 through 73 happen to get a little bit smaller and their lots got a little bit smaller, it's possible that they could fit there.
Okay, the clubhouse is where I thought you didn't have a number on, so that was where I thought you were gonna put a house. Okay,
No,
we're
no, no.
perfect. See, thank you.
So you're trying to maintain flexibility?
Yes.
And are you, Ms.
Yeah, I thought that clubhouse didn't have a number and that was gonna be a house, so I thought that was kind of a weird
So
place.
you're not dissatisfied with the number 6?
6 is fine.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Ms. Hardwick, sorry.
Yes, thank you. I can't find my picture here. When I'm looking at this, this is setting on 501.
No.
Okay.
The subdivision itself does, if you go through it next Itchbon, that's the entrance to the subdivision. This actual portion opens, there you go.
So how much of I guess when I was looking at my map, I was not sure how much of the pond was on 501 versus highway frontage of this lot.
So you see that really large blue section? That's the big lily pond. When you're driving past Itchbon, that's that pond. So about half of this parcel is actually a flood zone pond.
Is there even any road?
No, no.
Okay, that's the one clarification on. Thank you.
Anyone else? Is there a motion?
I move that we approve.
Thank you. Is there a second? Mr. Jordan?
Second, Ms. Ham's motion.
We have a properly seconded motion to approve this first reading. Any further questions or comments? There being none, all in favor, please indicate your favor with the showing of your hand. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Hutz. Item E, first reading of ordinance ZA 2025-0721E, to amend Article 5, Special Use Regulations of the City of Conway Unified Development Ordinance regarding requirements for mobile vending. Ms. Hutz.
Yes, ma'am. This amendment was also discussed at the June 2nd council meeting. It was also discussed at the budget retreat earlier this year. Due to the number of mobile food vending permits being submitted for review and the complexity with the permitting process for mobile food vending permits, staff proposes to cap the number of permits that can be issued each year. Horry County has a cap of 50 permits, and the city of Myrtle Beach has a cap of 20. However, their cap of 20 does not include those operating under a franchise agreement with the city. The initial limit proposed was a maximum of 40 mobile food vending permits each year, which excludes vendors operating under a special event permit. At the last council meeting, it was asked if there could be an exclusion for restaurants in the city limits, that they too be exempt from the cap of 40. Staff has revised the amendment to include the exemption to exclude properly licensed dining establishments located within the city limits of Conway, as well as mobile food vending units operating in conjunction with a special event permit. Planning Commission held the required public hearing on the proposed amendment at their June 5th meeting and recommended that the number be capped at 20 mobile vending permits to exclude dining establishments located in the city and those operating under a special event permit. Staff recommends approval of the amendment as recommended by Planning Commission to limit the number of 20 each year. However, council may want to consider including another exemption for those mobile food vendors operating under a franchise agreement as well, which are vendors that are proposed to operate on city property and require council approval. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Ms. Hutch. Mr. Goldman?
Thank you, Mayor. I think this sort of clicked with me last week because we'd been talking about it. Was up in the Washington DC area for a few days last week and went down and hit a couple of the Smithsonian museums. And if you've been in that area, you know that if there's one food truck, there's 10,000 food trucks. And I started thinking, because you're looking around and all the big museum buildings and government buildings, there are no restaurants, there's no none of that. But you've got literally, especially this time of year, thousands of school-aged children running around, and they've got to be fed. And so those food trucks in that instance serve a very useful purpose in that, there's food there, there's ice cream there, sodas there, water, and all of that. And so I'm fine with 20. But I want to be open and flexible in the future, because when we talk about 20, we're talking about, that encompasses our entire footprint. That encompasses CCU, that encompasses downtown, that encompasses Smith Jones, that encompasses Collins Park and Sherwood Park and all this. And I don't want us to get so caught up on a number that we're stuck to a number, and if there arises a need, I know there had been some controversy with the proposal of a particular food truck sort of off of the corner of 4th Avenue by the river, where there are established restaurants. But if the need arises, let's just be open-minded enough to be able to come back to the table and have this discussion. Again, with that, Mayor, I move that we approve said ordinance.
Thank you. I second your motion. In the event, as Mr. Goldfinch just alluded, that we might want to reconsider that number at a future date, how difficult would that be?
It would not be difficult. Would this be approval with the exclusion added for franchise agreements, or is this just 20 only as proposed, as currently written from Planning Commission?
And I'm sorry, and I know you said it, but can you just elaborate on the difference in franchise agreement and non-franchise agreement?
Sure. So you have the transient mobile vending, which is on private property, but the franchise agreements, they actually have to get 2 readings at City Council. They have to advertise. So there's more of a lengthy process in that. So the franchise agreements means those that will operate on city-owned property.
Right. Okay, that's what I wanted to do, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And to also give deference to, we talked about this last time, and I'll use the example, Caribbean Jerk. They've got a brick and mortar presence. They've also got the food truck. And so, they've invested heavily and deeply into this community, and I just would rather give, if you've got to give, preferential treatment to someone who's already established so as not to interfere with an established business.
This would cover that. It would definitely cover those. It would cover special event permit ones, and it would cover the franchise agreements. It would exclude those as well.
Any other questions or comments? There being none, we'll call a vote. All in favor, please indicate such with a showing of your hand. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. So item F. And you know what? There's a huge white elephant in the room, and that is the absence of my seatmate, Mr. Larry White. And I too often don't remember early on in a meeting to announce the absence of a city council member. Mr. White has a medical excuse, and hopefully will be back with us by our next meeting, and I'm certain that he would welcome any prayers from those who are listening. We'll get started with item F. First reading of ordinance ZA 2025-0721F to amend Article 15, enforcement of the City of Conway Unified Development Ordinance regarding penalties for violations of the UDO. Ms. Hutz.
Yes, this proposed amendment was discussed at the May 19th council meeting as a special presentation item. The intent of this amendment is to clarify the penalties for violations of the UDO, or the Unified Development Ordinance, to state that penalties for violations are a misdemeanor offense that are subject to the penalties in the city's Code of Ordinances. Planning Commission held the required public hearing on this amendment at their June 5th meeting and recommended approval, and staff also recommends approval.
Thank you, Ms. Hutz. What is the will of the council? Mr. Helms?
I'll move that we approve.
Thank you. Ms.
I will second Ms. Helms' motion.
We have a properly seconded motion to approve this ordinance. Are there any questions or comments? There seem to be none. All in favor, please indicate such by showing of your hand. Motion carries unanimously. Item G, first reading of ordinance ZH 2025-0721G to amend Article 4, use tables, and Article 6, design standards of the City of Conway Unified Development Ordinance regarding standards for single-family in common development. Ms. Hutz.
This too was discussed during special presentation at the May 19th council meeting. This amendment is a result of several inquiries staff has received over the years for whether the city allows single-family developments to be built in common, which is where the single-family dwelling is owned by the individual, but the property underneath is owned in common by all participating property owners. It would still be the same as a single-family subdivision that has property lines parceled out for each dwelling, with the key difference being that there will be no lot or property lines in this instance. The proposed amendment provides standards for single-family in-common development with consideration given to minimum separation requirements between structures, which zoning districts the use will be permitted, setbacks from exterior or perimeter property boundaries, egress or ingress requirements, dimensional standards, and proper turnarounds for emergency apparatus and sanitation vehicles. Planning Commission held a required public hearing on the amendment at their June 5th meeting and recommended approval, and staff also recommends approval. And I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hutz. Relative to this ordinance, are there questions, comments, or is there a motion? Ms. Helms.
I'll move we approve this.
Thank you, Ms. Helms. Is there a second? Mr. Goldfinch.
No, I'll second Ms. Helms' motion, please.
Properly seconded motion to approve this ordinance. Last opportunity for questions or comments at this time. There seem to be none. We'll call a vote. All in favor, please indicate such by showing of your hand. Motion carries unanimously. And item H, first reading of ordinance ZA 2025-0721H to annex approximately 22 1/88 acres of property located on Gardner-Lacey Road and request a rezone from Horry County Office Professional Institutional Districts to the City of Conway Low Density Residential District. Ms. Hutz.
Yes, these properties are located on Garner-Lacey Road, just over the railroad tracks, abutting the South Creek development and the Myrtle Beach National Golf Course property, and are requesting annexation under the current default zoning district of low density residential, or R. The applicant has no immediate plans for the property. However, if and when the property is developed, because it would be serviced by city water, the owner would be required to request annexation at that time. The property is currently zoned Horry County Office Professional Institutional, or OPI. The city's future land use map identifies the property as being professional. The city has recently annexed the old Wolverine Brass site and surrounding properties, one of which is the former entrance to Myrtle Beach National. These properties were annexed as either highway commercial or light industrial. In light of the location of these properties, even though it is requesting to come in under the default zoning, staff will be taking this to Planning Commission and hold a public hearing, which will be at their July 10th meeting. Following their recommendation, staff will bring the request back for final reading should first reading be approved. However, staff does recommend approval of first reading.
Thank you, Ms. Hudson. I move we approve. Is there a second? I'm sorry.
I second your
Ms.
motion.
Helms, thank you. Are there questions or comments? There seem to be none. All in favor, then, please indicate such with a showing of your hand. Motion carries unanimously. Item 6 is an item for consideration. Consideration of a request for a waiver of sidewalk requirements for the E&E apartments located at 91011 9th Avenue. Ms. Helms.
This request was originally considered at a council meeting in August of 2024. Council deferred the request then so that the applicant could reach out to SCDOT about the installation of a sidewalk along Pittman Street. The applicant is proposing to construct a multifamily building that will contain 16 units on the back side of the existing site. Since then, the applicant has amended their request to include only the Pittman Street side of the property and will install sidewalks on the Ridge Street side of the property. Total linear footage along Pittman Street in which the waiver is requested is 809 linear feet. The applicant also reached out to SCDOT, who stated that sidewalks would not be required along Pittman Street as there is an existing sidewalk on the other side of Pittman Street. They would allow installation of sidewalks, however, it didn't appear there was enough room for sidewalk installation that would meet requirements of both SCDOT and ADA requirements without moving an existing fence, which is a brick fence as well. Council adopted an amendment to the Unified Development Ordinance regarding the waiver of sidewalk installations and the fee in lieu that gives council the discretion to reduce or eliminate the fee in lieu of sidewalk installation if granted for properties that are considered legal nonconforming. This particular property may be considered legal nonconforming in that it was constructed prior to the adoption of the Unified Development Ordinance. It appears to have structures that would not comply with current setback requirements. It does not contain landscape buffers, nor are there sidewalks instead installed along frontages with the exception of 9th Avenue, and the property has 3 sides that are considered front yards. Staff recommends approval of a waiver of sidewalk installation on Pittman Street since there is an existing sidewalk on the opposite side of Pittman Street. Without a reduction or elimination of the fee in lieu, the total fee in lieu would be $24,270.
Thank you, ma'am. I will just remind council that the single thing that I believe that our absent member brought to our attention is his interest that we not approve the fee in lieu. That's just for information. Is there a motion or are there questions or comments? At least
Question.
Yes, Mr. Goldfinch.
So where the sidewalk would go, am I trying to understand this? Is it on Pittman over there? Are you saying that it basically it was the fence, I guess that belongs to a private property owner?
Yeah, E&E Apartments, they have installed a fence, it's like a brick wall. It's a really nice brick fence. DOT says it may even be within their right-of-way. It is really close, so in order for them to meet ADA standards, they would have to remove that fence and push it back so that it could accommodate a 5-foot wide sidewalk. And there is sidewalk on the opposite end. Everything you see in red is where a sidewalk currently exists on the map.
So so the whole idea of the sidewalk is to have safety. If they remove that fence, do they have the funding to put it back? I mean, because I got to think the fence provides an element of safety if you've got children playing to keep them, within a confined space as opposed to running out in the street. I mean, is that, I'm not making that statement, I'm asking that question. Is that a fair consideration?
They would definitely have to relocate that fence, and I would imagine that would be a big expense to relocate that fence.
I'd be really happy if every street in Conway had sidewalks on one side. Considering the fact that there is sidewalk on one side of the street, which gives pedestrians, at least in theory, safe passage. I believe that one might suffice in opposition to what I just said, but because of that, I would move that we follow staff's recommendation. Ms. Clark.
I was just going to ask a question.
I'm so sorry.
It's a question.
You may.
That's okay.
The motion
Just for-
until you.
Okay,
Yes.
just for a point of clarification. On the map, the brick wall runs from where to where? It's the entire section.
Yeah, but yes, it goes, yes. And they wouldn't have to put it back, and I want to clarify that. If they had to take it down, there's nothing that says you have to have this fence. So yes, ideally, they could remove it, but I believe that it is probably there for safety purposes.
Is the, across the street, the one in red, is that ADA compliant?
Yes, it does appear so. It appears to be fairly new.
Could, and I'm just throwing this out, could they put a sidewalk beside the wall that was not ADA compliant, because there's one, I mean, as a walkway, would you call it, instead of a sidewalk, a walkway? Or are we getting tangled up in the?
Well, you do have to have ADA compliance, and, you know, if that is indeed a sidewalk that is being required as a result of the development, then that sidewalk would have to comply with any city standard, including ADA.
And whose responsibility would it be to demolish the wall and rebuild it?
The developer.
And do we know how the owner of the fence feels? Do we have any?
I would say that because they are seeking the fee in lieu along Pittman Street, that they would prefer to keep that. I mean, it is very nice, and I'm sure that it cost a lot of money to install that. So being that they are seeking the fee in lieu, that I would think that they would want to keep that fence.
Is it not safe to assume that the existing sidewalk is ADA compliant?
Yes.
It is.
Yes, I would believe so, yes.
Thank you. Anyone else? We have a pending motion that has not received a second. Ms. Pelfrich? I'm sorry, Mr. Jordan.
I was
I just saw the vote.
I second your motion.
We have a properly seconded motion to approve. Is there any more discussion?
And just for clarification, is this with the
Please,
fee
yes,
in
of
lieu of
course.
$24,270 that they pay that fee in lieu of installation of sidewalks?
I'm sorry, is that the
Yes,
motion? It
yes,
is, it
okay,
is.
just wanted to
That
make sure.
instead of requiring a second sidewalk and what it would take to actually develop that sidewalk, that we accept the fee in lieu. Absolutely. So with that on the table, as a motion, it's been seconded. All in favor, please indicate your favor with a showing of your hand. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much, Ms. Harris. Mr. Rogers will come and speak to us about item B, consideration of awards of 2025-26 economic development grants.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
The City of Conway accepted applications for its Economic Development Grant Program. Applications were due May 12th and have been reviewed by staff. We based the review off of the potential for economic generation for Conway, and past performance is also taken into account when reviewing the applications. Among those recommended for funding is the Conway Chamber of Commerce. They're requesting $10,000 for the 2025 Graveyard Grand Prix Coffin Races. So think boxcar races, but coffins. And the Chamber wants to build a festival around it. It'll be held during the month of October. They're also requesting $2,000 for the Conway Christmas Parade. This money will fund the Christmas Parade float competition that's proven popular the last couple of years and has been funded by this program.
Did you also say that this was the Conway Chamber?
Yes.
The second.
And this next one is too for Riverfest 2026. They are asking for a total of $75,000 for the festival, $15,000 going to the fireworks display, $10,000 toward equipment, and $50,000 toward entertainment. And as you know, we funded this last year, and it did allow the Chamber to book Night Ranger this year, which is a nationally touring rock band. And they're actually on tour now, and we'll be making a stop at Riverfest this year. Next up is Horry County First Steps, which is asking for $10,000 for its Early Childhood Community Day, which has become an annual event in Conway and has proven popular with families. SOS Care and Oak Tree Farm is creating a program to place vending machines in the community as a way to employ some of their residents and beneficiaries of the programs. Some of what they asked for includes activity that generates revenue for the organization, which is something we traditionally don't fund if it directly just uses our money to produce revenue. So we cut out those portions of their application and funded some of the other portions, totaling $10,530.
That the balance, is this what you're recommending?
Yes, $10,530 is the recommendation. We received more applications than usual this year, but a lot of them had issues with matching the requirements of the grant, providing all the requested application documents, or issues with past performance in the grant program, so those applications are recommended for denial. However, as we always do, we'll reach out to those organizations and offer to meet with them to create a more competitive application for next year. So the ones that I mentioned are the ones that staff is recommending for approval, totaling $107,530.
May I ask one question? The second Conway Chamber amount, what I've got is, there was $10,000 for the first piece, and then there's like $150,000 for the third. What was that middle grant, please?
So the second one's the third one is $75, the middle one is $2,000 for the Conway Christmas Parade's float competition.
So, 75 instead of me adding 75 to the other 75.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
So that organization's asking for 87.
Thank you. I move we approve.
I had a question. What's the funding, obviously we're the funding source, but what's what piggy bank does this come out of?
This is in the general fund.
Okay.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Questions or comments from anyone? There being none, we'll call a vote. All in favor of approving these economic development grants, please indicate so it's showing in the hand. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much, Mr. Rogers. We're now at the point that we will hear public input. This is an opportunity for, but nobody signed up.
That's correct.
All right, we'll move forward. Item 8 is the city administrator's report, Mr. Emery.
Let me start by acknowledging how incredibly lucky we are to live in such a wonderful place that has one of the best college baseball programs in the nation. Coastal is only 3 wins away from a second College World Series win, and I cannot overstate how incredible this is for Conway, so I won't even try. Just go Shawns. And as if Coastal baseball's successes were not enough to show that we are a great baseball city, Grant Holmes is having a heck of a season, even if the Braves are not. And our all-star 12 and under softball team won the Eastern District Tournament. They will play in the state playoffs on June 20th. Our 10 and under softball team played in the same tournament, going 1-2. Our 12 and under baseball team is currently playing in the district tournament. We'll play in a championship game on Tuesday night. If they win, they have to win it twice to win it all, but they're still in it. Our 10 and under baseball team is playing tonight. If they win, they'll play in their championship game on Tuesday night. And our 14 and under all-star team begins play on Saturday at 10 a.m. at Andrews. So our recreation, baseball and softball programs are doing fantastic again this year. A reminder that the annual Conway Chamber River Fest that we just spoke about is on June 28th, and they're also adding several events that utilize the river for racing and things like that, so it's going to be a great event this year. And although I anticipated this being a little bit later, I had written that we had a long agenda already. We do have a lot left to go, so I've truncated my report tonight to be able to make sure that we have fresh minds as we go forward. We do have a fairly lengthy workshop ahead. We'll have a presentation of our strategic plan that has been in the works for about a year, a discussion on the new golf cart ordinance that's authorized by state law, and an introduction of the county's creation of a multi-county business park and its impact on the city of Conway. And this will be followed by executive sessions as outlined in the agenda. I'm happy to answer any questions I can if you have them.
Thank you, Mr. Emery. Have you questions for him?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Emery, would it be possible to have, and I know we used to do this, they were ill-attended but some kind of community meeting where those that are truly interested, because I've had some, I say legitimate folks, the ones that don't normally complain or reach out and just ask questions, why are you raising my taxes when other municipalities aren't, this and that. And, you hear me say, my good old saying, you just don't know what you don't know. And to have some kind of community forum where those who are interested can come and ask these questions, because generally speaking, in about 15 to 20 seconds, you can explain it and people are like, the light bulb clicks, and they're like, oh, I get it now. But they'll see something on social media and they'll share it, and then everybody gets angry and frustrated, and maybe I just take that a little too personally, but I care, and I want people to know what they don't know. I want them to understand, and we can't twist anybody's arm to get there, but if we provide, an hour for them to answer some of these questions and concerns that people have, then at least we can say we're doing everything that we can do.
I think that's been asked of me in the past, recent past, and we've not put it together yet, but yes, absolutely we can, and we will.
Thank you.
Yes.
Could you do that with your, you did the little YouTube channel?
Yeah, Ask the Administrator.
Yeah, could you do that? Maybe start with that, and then if we see something, we could...
Sure, I think they might serve two different purposes, but I think we can do both.
Okay.
Yeah. We stopped getting questions for the Ask the Administrator, so we stopped putting it out, but we're happy to pick it back up again.
And it could be, instead of asking the administrator, if we're not getting questions there, just go and, update on what's happening around the city, a 30-second what's happening around the city, because I think that was the questions and just the updates would be very informative. Because I honestly don't think, I'm welcome to do a community forum, I welcome that, but I don't think our keyboard warriors will attend. And that's who needs the information. And I think you're our best tool.
I'm absolutely happy to do
Along
that.
that same line, I would just add to what Ms. Harwood just said. Those people who are interested in a gathering, well, let me just start over. I don't know that there are more than a very few people who would come to a gathering. And I'm not just citing this based on our past experience where we started with large numbers of people that dwindled down to a very small scattering of folk who were interested in anything we brought to the public. But there's so many outlets. And I know some people are asking questions and others are saying nothing. As one member of this council, I have not gotten a single call or inquiry about those issues. So how widespread it is, I really don't know. But I do believe that to begin with, you're just promoting information that is generally not understood or not fully understood. I think that would be a really good start. And then pull together a gathering of people if in fact there seemed to be that need once you answered those questions.
I'd be happy to do that, sure.
I totally agree with both of you. I think you're right. And I think, the next time that somebody says something, well, we addressed this. You had an opportunity to come and, look, we can only do what we can do, and people are either going to take us up on it or they're not. But at the end of the day, if we say, hey, we care about your concerns and we're listening and we want to address it, I think that goes a long way in displaying transparency and our willingness to communicate what we do and articulate it to the public in a way that they can understand it. Thank you.
Sure thing.
Absolutely. I don't disagree at all.
Anything else?
Anyone else?
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Emmerich. We will now have council input. I believe we started with Ms. Hardwick last week, and this week, Ms. Helms. It's on you.
Since we have such a long night, I don't really want to say anything but go shots. And I was real proud to be part of tonight. There was a lot of Conway represented, middle schools, high schools, and baseball teams, softball teams. So got a lot to be proud of. That's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Helms. Ms. Butler?
Nothing tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Butler. Mr. Dolphins?
Ditto on what y'all said, but this is a picture I had June throw up there. Former council member Shane Hubbard proposed this idea. This is an instrument, I don't know what it's called. Anyway, you see the little girl's got a stick in her hand and you walk by it, and I guess it hits a different length of a tube, it makes a different kind of noise or tone, thank you, not noise, tone. And anyway, he proposed that we put some of these up down here. I promised him I would bring it up. So Shane, if you're watching, there you go, brother. Thank you.
And we just want them placed apart from offices.
Like Mark's or something. I'm joking. That's all I got, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mayor. I think Mr. Emmerich read my notes, so I'm kind of at a loss here, but as Ms. Helms said, you know, big congratulations to all these coaches at the high school. I mean, that's a testament to what these guys are doing, you know, with these young student athletes. So kudos to them, and yeah, a couple more wins for Chanticleers, and let's get ready to plan another party.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Ms. Hardwick.
Yes, congratulations to our coaches, congratulations to our teams. Go Chants. Shout out to Matthew Johnson, my cousin, who will be going to Philadelphia this weekend to compete in a national talent competition. Has had multiple rounds and will be also representing Conway High School there too.
Awesome.
Thank you.
And I'll just echo, go Shots, go Shots, go Shots. I have every expectation for success in this round. We've done it before, we can do it again. And I want to add congratulations to those young people who were with the history group. I think that that's going to be important. Also, should there be any funds in council's contingency, we've been approached by a group. I've made notes, I don't have them on me, on my person, but the constitutional displays that are being planned for the Erie County Library, it seems to me like that would be a good match for our helping to support that venture. I think is really important that we have one such display in our county, and of course Conway is the county seat. So that is the extent of my input this evening. Will we have the workshop here, or will we go into the, you're all invited to join us in a workshop that starts momentarily. We'll go, just for comfort's sake, go into the conference room to complete that. At a point when we're finished with the workshop, we'll go into executive session, the purpose for which is a discussion of city administrator's contract pursuant to South Carolina Code Section 3470A1. And item B is a discussion relative to legal services regarding a multi-county business park pursuant to South Carolina Code Section 3470A2. After which time we will reconvene if there's any action to be taken on that, either of those discussions, and the public, of course, would be invited to be a part of that. So if you will join us, we're going just a few steps behind us here into the conference room, and we'll see you there. Thank you.
on air. June, how are you doing?
Here's your money back, this is right.
Mayor, we are back on live.
Wonderful, thank you.
You're welcome.
So we will now begin with.
Chuck, you're up.
Workshop number one.
All right, fantastic.
How do you do?
If you're able to use the podium.
Okay.
I think it picks up best for TV.
Indeed. Perfect. Is this my remote? No, that's not my remote. That's what I was told. Well, I appreciate you all having me. It's a sad afternoon for me. I know you all are all very happy with CCU, but my hometown, Murray State University Racers, who were the dark horse in the College World Series, were eliminated today.
Oh.
In terrible fashion. It was the first no-hitter in 65 years. So. But you know what? They still made it. But I was cheering on CCU last night at the hotel, and I will continue to do that throughout the College World Series. So, a couple of things. So, I've been to this area a lot in my life, and I've never gotten to spend any time in Conway until doing this project. Number one, you will have a beautiful town. My staff and I absolutely love it here. We are going to come back this Halloween so that we can see what the staff does, because we've heard all the stories and seen the pictures. But I also want to brag on the fact that you all have a great city staff. We work all over the country as a firm, and it's rare for us to go in and see a city staff that works so well together, that you've got good leadership with Adam, but not just Adam, but you've got a great staff here too, backs him up. Not just inside these walls. I'm talking about everybody pouring their hearts out to do the things that need to be done for this town. So I think that's a great thing to be proud of. As we began our process, wait, actually one more thing. I want to make sure everybody knows Gillian Bryson from South Carolina Department of Commerce is here. So he's the reason this happened. South Carolina Department of Commerce is doing this project across the state for communities that are rural, Tier 3 and Tier 4, to get these strategic planning projects off the ground and to find priority projects that we identify for you all to utilize potential funding from the state to use towards implementing strategies. This plan, Adam can attest to this, and Roseanne can, and so can Gillian, it's 160 pages. We are not going to go through that. You've already had a long city council meeting, you've got a good workshop ahead of you. We're going to hit the highlights of this strategic plan today. And if you have questions while I'm talking, feel free to stop me. What we're going to really primarily focus on are the priorities, not even all of them. I want to hit the highlights of the priorities while we're talking in here, but I encourage all of you to go through this document and read it. It's not just the priorities that are in there. We try to write these so that they're educational. They're giving you points of view from us, things that we see in other communities that are successful, examples of success that we've seen in other communities and how you can use those here. And you'll even see in the appendix of it where we've given them action items on what to do, how to do it, and all those different things. So we try to make it a full service thing. This slide just talks about briefly what South Carolina Department of Commerce is doing in our process. I'm not going to get into that, it'll bore you. So, priority project for Conway is to continue to pursue the riverfront and downtown redevelopment project area. This is really key because as we came into the community and began talking to stakeholders, there were a few things that popped out to us. And what you're going to see within the strategic plan is that this priority project area, in our opinion, is impacted by a lot of the different strategies that you see within this plan. Matter of fact, our staff even put notes throughout the plan so that you can tell if you get to another strategic priority, if it relates back to this TIP district and how it does. The other priority areas is economic development, workforce housing development, infrastructure development, and community development and quality of life. All of these different things. Is this, by the way, this is being broadcast live, correct? Yes. So there's some things I might want to be careful about talking about. Actually, we're going to skip number one.
Okay.
When I get to it, we'll skip that. So we always do a SWOT analysis when we meet with communities. A lot of strengths here. Everybody brags on this community. They talk about all the great things you do. Obviously, everybody knows all the holiday things that you do, but everybody loves the community. It's a great community to live in. It's walkable in downtown. People love the shops, the restaurants, new restaurants coming in, all those different things. I was here a few weeks ago and ran into some of your citizens over at Myrtle Beach, and they're bragging about the new Italian restaurant. They said, have you been back since the Italian restaurant came in? You've got to come and eat there. So people brag about Conway, especially those who live here, and they get a sense of pride in it. But things that we did here that were negative, obviously traffic. Everybody talks about the traffic, okay?
We know that's an issue. We do discuss that throughout this plan. Some other things that came up, parking issues, grocery, having good grocery on this side of the river. We kept hearing that over and over. So a part of this plan was not just doing these strategic priorities. We also did a housing analysis as a part of this plan, and we also did a grocery feasibility study as part of this plan. The grocery feasibility study was specific to a site here in Conway, west of downtown, that we put together basically a packet that the staff can use to attract a grocer to that property. We even run it by some developers who do grocery development, and one of them actually wants to come here and look at the site themselves, and they don't even do development in South Carolina, but they think this is a good place that they would want to do that. I'm going to skip the opportunities. Well, I want to go back. Oh, no, I can't go back. Oh, can you take me back? Oh, there we go. Perfect. One thing on the opportunity. So, one of the things that we think would be really beneficial for Conway is continuing to diversify industry. Your employment base, and I'm going to show it to you in a second, where the majority of people work, what industries they work in here in Conway. But some of the things that we noticed, and you'll see if you go through that strategic plan, we did a full assessment of what the community looks like demographically. And there are some issues that we found that might be preventing you from getting more commercial development on this side of the river because of the way your demographics look here in the community. And we'll talk about those. One of the big things that we heard from a threat standpoint is parking in downtown. You'll have a great, vibrant downtown. You have all these wonderful events down here. You have people that come from Myrtle. You have people that come from all over to enjoy these. If your downtown's going to continue to thrive, and your businesses are going to thrive in downtown, you have to have that space for people to come in and park and walk and have that walkability. So we'll talk about that as well. One of the demographic pieces I want to show you today is EDR. Does anybody know what EDR stands for? It's Economic Dependency Ratio. What that means is, for every 100 adults who are working, it's how many are not working. The average in the U.S. is 101. So every 100 adults working, 101 don't work. In the city of Conway, it's 154. That's high. Now, I think there's some reasons for that. One of the things we learned going through this is a lot of the low-income housing in Horry County is in the city limits of Conway. It kind of blew me away a little bit. But once I saw the demographics on your median household incomes and those sorts of things, I was like, okay, this is starting to make sense now as to why it looks that way. One thing that's concerning is that 45% of the people who aren't, or who are in the dependent range, are working age adults. And so one of the strategies that we talk about in here is how Conway can work with folks like Myrtle Beach Regional Economic Development, CCU, Warri Georgetown College, on developing workforce programs and encouraging these working adults to get back into the workforce. We have seen this be successful in other areas, by the way. I probably should mention I do site selection as well, so I site companies all over the country. And I was in Tennessee, and we saw a similar EDR to this in East Tennessee. So this is getting close to Appalachia. It was worse than this. It was up close to 200. And their labor participation rate was 52%. Average in the U.S. is 64% labor participation rate. So they just had a lot of people not working. And I asked the college president, I said, what are you all going to do to get people back in the workforce? This was right after COVID. And I was trying to put a 150 job manufacturing plant there. College president turned around and looked at me and he said, we actually are starting a new program coming up this fall. It's specifically for non-working adults to gain skills to get into the workforce with jobs attached to the end of them. And it's no cost. They don't have to pay a dime because we're trying to get these people working again. And so I asked them how many people are going through the first set of it in the fall, and it was 400. So my client ended up putting their facility there because they said, hey, there's a lot of available workforce here, and they're doing something to get them back to work. And so in the site selection game, the things that we do, the most important thing we're looking at right now is labor availability. And that's a problem all across the country. And communities who figure it out are communities who can succeed. And so when we talk about economic development, the economic development piece I'm going to skip because I don't want to talk about that property just yet publicly. You all can see it in the plan. There's some property we've identified that we know MVREDC is also looking at for potential future industrial park use that we believe Conway should annex in and attract advanced manufacturing, clean tech type manufacturing firms in there with higher wages. And you can, because it's in a perfect spot to do that. And we talk about in there how you do it. We're just not gonna tell all y'all yet. We don't need anybody scooping up that land out from under anybody. Well, as mentioned earlier, top 5 industries in Conway, 73% of your jobs are in these categories. Education, healthcare, retail, accommodation, food service, public administration.
Services.
It's all services. That's not always a bad thing if you still have a good makeup of those higher paying, especially manufacturing type jobs or tech jobs, but you all don't have that here yet. And so when you think long term here in Conway about stabilizing your economy, making sure you're not just a pass through to a tourism destination, and making sure you have good tax revenue long term, and your schools stay full because you have families living here because they have those primary type jobs, these are the reasons that you need to have industrial development in the community that's annexed in, that's a part of your community. Priority project, I mentioned earlier, continue to pursue the Riverfront Development TIF District. These are critical to help and drive new entrepreneurs, new development, and new investment into your downtown to assist with that. We do go through within the strategic plan and explain the benefits of having this TIF district. We also have a whole section in there about myths about TIF, how you as elected officials can answer those myths about TIFs, why they're good, how they work, and give you examples of where they've done a great job, not just around the country, but even close by, even in Myrtle Beach where they've used it to great success. Promoting the development of the former Granger site for mixed-use recreational purposes, stimulating the private investment in commercial. All these different pieces are things that we put in here, but that doesn't mean you're limited to those. We wanted to make sure you had some ideas of things that we saw that are going to be important as part of this TIF district. But a TIF district is something that you continuously evolve on how you're going to push new investment in there. So don't think of the TIF district, if you can get it done, as something that you do it once and you stop. That's something that you all as leaders are continuously looking at how you improve the investments that are coming into it. Market comment is one of the examples that we put in there as well. You can skip that one. That was the property. You can see it in the packets. There's some property out there, I mentioned just a minute ago. And one of the key industries that we think that you all can attract, because South Carolina as a state is big within this industry, you all have the education to support it here, and you have an asset here that they will want to locate near, and that's aerospace and aviation-related maintenance. Potentially some light manufacturing as well. But aviation maintenance jobs are sorely needed. I don't know if you've noticed, there's been a lot of plane crashes lately. There's an aging fleet of commercial jets out there, and they're not pumping new ones out fast enough. So there's a great need for you all, same thing, but on those smaller jets, fixed-wing aircraft, helicopters. I have seen these type of facilities in the most random places. There was one in the middle of the mountains in eastern Kentucky. And I went to tour it, was touring this airport and touring this facility, and I walk into it and they've got a helicopter in there, pulled apart. They're redoing the whole thing, all the avionics, redoing all the paint on it. And I said, well, where's that helicopter from? It was from the city of Memphis Police, all the way over in Appalachia. So these services are needed, and you don't have to be in some particular area to do it. You just have to have the asset to be able to do it. Workforce housing, let's skip that first piece. Okay, so we're moving on to priority number 2 because I skipped the first one so we didn't see the map. So one of the things that we've talked about a lot as we were in the community was housing development. And I know, because we've done this all over the country, everybody has different terminology and different reactions to how you say workforce housing, okay? You all as a group need to come up with how people can understand it best here, because everybody freaks out when they hear low income. That's not what workforce housing is. Low income is needed in certain areas. You all have all of it right now. You don't need any more of that. What you need more of is workforce housing, which is people who have median incomes of 80 to 120% of AMI. That's your middle income people, basically. That's your teacher and firefighter who are married and they need to buy a house. They're having a family, they need to upgrade housing, whatever it is. Housing is so expensive to build right now, I realize that. But one of the things that we put in here was ways that you all can impact housing development, the types that you need to look for, and how to make that successful here in Conway. Things like establishing the local housing trust fund, and that can be very helpful. Working with NBREDC again, because they're doing the housing for all Horry County, and even working with Horry County Habitat for Humanity. But we wanted to make sure that not just the elected officials, but anyone in the community understood what we meant by the workforce housing terminology. Again, you all may end up calling it something different, but that's the terminology that we utilize. And we even put graphs in there to talk about income limits, what that looks like, and how you all can set parameters around attracting the housing developers in based on those housing prices. Your current median household income. So we talked earlier about the fact that all that low-income housing being in the city limits of Conway drives down your demographic data. Your all's demographic data didn't make sense when we started looking at it. Being in the community, seeing the community, knowing where you're at, and seeing the growth, especially towards Carolina Forest, which I know is not in city limits, but still, it's right there. We would expect your average household income to be much higher than it is. The weirdest thing that we saw was that your average income was higher than your median household income. That is almost never the case. And it is here. Again, it's driven down by the low income. And when a national retailer, grocer, somebody like that, commercial interest, looks at Conway, all they look at typically, they just do a brush of what your demographics look like. And if it doesn't match up, they say, well, we're not going to go there. We're not going to put anything there. That will happen with developers sometimes too, who can attract multiple commercial developments in. We actually pulled out in here what your average income would look like if we pulled out the low income, and it jumped up to $70-something thousand a year, or per household. The other thing that we did, you'll see in the grocery feasibility study, we compared the Publix location in Florence, the new one. I'm sure everybody's heard about that one. We did ran the demographics on that location versus a site here in Conway. The site here in Conway was better in every single aspect except one, and it was the median household income. So you can attract, you just have to have the data, and that's why you will have a feasibility study now so you can show developers. Priority 3, infrastructure development. Boy, do we need some roads and bridges, right? Chuckles from the audience. How are we going to figure this out? So we wrestled with this because this has all been studied to death. There's all these different road plans out there. You got the 73, you've got the issues of 501, both bridges, Waccamaw River Bridge and the Busby Bypass Bridge. One of the things that we weren't able to find, and Adam, you can throw something at me if I'm wrong on this. No one can clearly tell us what the lifespan of the bridge is.
Because nobody knows.
So the first thing we put in here was getting funding from the state or another authority to do a study that is specific to that infrastructure. Because how can you plan for when it has to be replaced, what you're going to do about it, how you're going to go around it, if you don't even know what the lifespan of it is? So we need basically a dead date on that bridge. Is it 5 years, 10 years, 20 years? We need to know that. Because that then feeds why you're doing all these other studies for roadways, expansions, all these different things that you're doing. That is critical. There's some additional pieces that we put in here on infrastructure from a road perspective. And actually, Adam, there was something I wanted to ask you. I'll ask you after this. But it was about traffic flow patterns on 501. There were so many different things that we came up with and discussed as we were going through this. But we wanted to hone in on those pieces specifically because there's no engineering studies out there to say what that bridge lifespan is. So that needs to be done. One of the other pieces that we discussed from an infrastructure standpoint is making recommendations on potential future annexations. Because you all are growing like crazy. Horry County's growing like crazy, okay? So from a long-term planning standpoint, it's thinking about where are some of these potential future developments going to be, whether it's the interstate that's coming through, is going to hit 22. How is that going to impact Conway? Because what would be unfortunate is if 10 years from now or 15 years from now, that interstate connects in north side of town. There's major commercial development that occurs because it's trying to capture traffic coming in from the tourism perspective, and Conway's not getting a piece of that pie, right? So how do we think strategically long-term about planning towards those annexation spots? So we put our thoughts together on this. And not just that, but even some current ones that you can do to draw industry into the community, into the city limits and certain things like that. Community development and quality of life, this was another big piece because, again, that's what everybody brags on here in Conway, but it doesn't mean you're done. And I know Adam knows this, but it doesn't mean you're done. You're always working on those quality of life aspects, downtown development, and all those different things. Part of this, we even put in here how to attract more entrepreneurial efforts into the community, some potential incentivizations that you all can do for these entrepreneurs to grow here. The other thing that we put in this section was how you protect your downtown properties as well. So maybe potentially putting in some restrictions on what types of businesses are down here, because what you want are experiential businesses, things that are going to complement one another. So if you have a new restaurant downtown, like the Italian restaurant, are there other things that they can do that are nearby rather than walking past, an office of some kind that's closed at night? You want your vibrant nighttime nightlife going on in your downtown. So all that's discussed in this section as well. One big thing, the number one thing we talked about in this section was that Coast RTA facility. We have multiple recommendations on what could potentially be done with that in partnership with them as some of that space opens up, but they're still going to use it as a transfer station. So we even give examples of where some communities have utilized a change like that and how they've made it grow. There's things in there that talk about how you can create a transfer station with some downtown living opportunities. And that's another thing, not just at that intersection, but also on the second stories of some of your downtown buildings as well. There are a lot of communities out there who've been very successful, some are smaller than you all, who have created these lofts, condos, apartments, and it's driven younger professionals to live in those downtowns because, well, I'm not young anymore, I'm not gonna say that. I'm in my 40s now, but when I was younger, that was what I wanted. So a lot of people who are coming out of college or maybe getting a job, they want to be in that downtown atmosphere where when they get off work, they don't want to drive anywhere else again. And think about it from a traffic perspective. Somebody gets down here and they're living down here, they don't want to get out and drive anywhere. So how do you create that nightlife for them, that ecosystem, and have that downtown living? A few of these I put in here so you can look at them directly. The Coast RTA piece is in here as well. Proposed site and site location analysis for the grocery that I talked about earlier. So we show in there pieces of that, but there is a full other document besides the 160-page document that is specifically for Adam to use for attracting developers. We gave some examples of parking in downtown to make it aesthetically pleasing. Not everybody wants parking garages, I understand that. But at some point you have to go vertical with parking. There's no other way to handle it. And there are ways that communities, because you're not the only community that says, we don't want a big ugly parking garage here. Well, guess what? There's millions of people who have thought the same thing for their communities. And they've gotten around it by having specific design standards. So what you would want is a parking facility that has design standards that looks great and even, maybe you can't even tell unless you're actually going in there to park. Because some we have seen have retail spaces on the bottom floor that line the front of that. So you've got retail on that bottom floor and there's parking behind it or above it. So those are all ways that you all can make it aesthetically pleasing to match your downtown, because you want to keep that downtown feel. You don't want to get rid of what makes Conway, right? The other thing that we talk about in here, this portion, the recommendation is referencing what I mentioned earlier about attracting experiential businesses and protecting the downtown core. What I want to get to is, where is it? Oh, here it is. Creating design standards on outside of downtown. So think about the people who are driving through here all the time and going to the beach. And you've got, the mall over here that's getting redeveloped, which is great. But as older properties get torn down or redeveloped, we have seen communities who've developed design standards. You know what that building is in that picture? That's a Kroger. in Madison, Mississippi. Now, this mayor, back 25 years ago, she went to Nashville, had a good time, loved it there, and she came back to old Madison, Mississippi at the time, little old Madison, Mississippi, and she had this crazy idea that everybody said she was crazy for, but she was right. She said, we're going to create corridors on our main highways that have design standards for when people are building things. Only reason I found out about this was because I had a $1 billion battery project that was looking to locate somewhere, and Madison, Mississippi popped up. And I will tell you, the company said, why in the world are we going to go to Madison, Mississippi? There's no way that's going to have the quality of life to attract the engineers we want for our facility. We get in that town, and they were like tickled pink driving through that town. They said, that's the nicest Burger King I've ever seen in my life. Chick-fil-A looked great. They saw the Kroger. They freaked out. They said, how does this community look as nice as it does? It feels great. People are friendly. It's just a beautiful town, because those corridors leading into their downtown area it gave you that feel of what their downtown was going to be like on the way into it. And so from a long-term perspective, this is something that you all can do to create that experience to, again, drive traffic, drive people into your downtown to spend money with your local businesses, or maybe they want to live here. Deleon's taking bets on how long it's going to take for me to move here. So, it'll be long. I will say this too. It was funny. There's a news article you can go and read, and a video of that mayor talking about how everybody said she was crazy and how she ended up right in that community. And so I encourage you. I think we put the link in that. This is our team. This is our executive team. That's not our full staff, but that's our executive team that touched your project in some way throughout this. And so, again, I'll say that we love Conway. We think it's a great town. We think you have a great future ahead of you. But it doesn't mean there aren't things that you can't do to get even better. And so that's what this plan is for, is to help your staff continue to be leaders and to take this community where you want it to go. And so if you all have any questions for me, I'm happy to take them.
EDR, you started with what, say that again?
Economic dependency ratio.
Okay, it was 154 and the national average is 101.
Yep.
To what extent is that number skewed by the fact that we live in a coastal retirement community?
Well, we broke it down by age group, so you can see how that is. And that's why I pointed out that 45% of that number is still working age adults, not retirees or children.
Okay.
And look, I speak all over the country. And one of the things that I've talked about a lot recently is the demographics of who came back to work post-COVID and who didn't. Do you all know the demographic that stayed out of the workforce more than any other? Anybody know that? I know Gillian probably knows, but.
You mean age group or?
Age group.
The younger group.
25 to 34-year-old males.
That did not return to the workforce.
Not to the same pre-COVID levels. 25 to 34-year-old females are higher in the workforce now than they were pre-COVID. I always make the joke, they've got some bum on their couch that they're taking care of. But one of the things when we look at this, and I don't know if that demographic is going to be the same for Conway, but you think about how do you get people back into the workforce and encourage people to be productive in society? I'm not saying all 45% of these people are going to come back into the workforce, but there is enough of them that could come back. You know, we estimated a hidden unemployment in this community of about 6,000 people. If you could just get 1,000 of those individuals into the workforce, just 1,000, that would make a huge difference. And so, you know, hopefully through this process, and really more of that, I would put, if I was Adam, I would really drag Sandy in and say, look, Myrtle Beach Regional Economic Development sort of needs to spearhead this effort of getting, because it's not just for you all. This is going to be an issue for Horry County as a whole, okay? And so having them spearhead it, and you all taking advantage of that for Conway.
Is the issue larger than the fact that people have staffing shortages, or is it just that?
You mean from the unemployment piece? Yes. So one of the gentlemen who I first heard this from, Professor Wagner, he's from LSU Lafayette in Louisiana. And they can't pinpoint exactly the reasoning behind all of it, but they did some surveys. of that age group to find out what they're doing instead of working, and the number one answer was sitting on the couch and playing video games.
Living with mommy.
Or a girlfriend.
Or a girlfriend, who's working, who's a nurse, or a teacher, or an engineer,
They may
or
be
whatever.
smarter than all of us.
Could be. So, any other questions for me?
Chuck, I just wanted you to remind them that they get $200,000 toward implementing one of those projects.
I don't have to remind you now, Billy. Yeah, the state has, this is a great program. I brag about this everywhere I go. I shame all the other states I'm in and tell them, hey, y'all need to catch up to South Carolina. They're doing it right for their communities, so I think that's great. But thank you all. We appreciate getting to do this project for you, and certainly Adam and Roseanne and staff have our numbers, so as you all go through this, we're at notice, so appreciate it.
Roseanne texted me that IG's going to be sending us the final version, and we'll put it in your boxes as soon as we get it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next, we're going to talk about golf carts for a second, and John's going to talk about that.
Well, I do think that confirms a lot of what we've been talking and passing out around the table. Okay, go.
Except I didn't know about the women working and supporting these.
It does.
Figured out enough. I'm telling you what.
I was up and you were thinking, no.
I fell off the ship sail.
All right, so as you probably heard in the news, and I know we've talked about it a little bit, the state recently passed a new golf cart law that actually replaced everything they had regarding golf carts in its entirety, and it went into effect a few weeks ago. So everything we're going to talk about as far as being new is currently in effect. There is a clause that municipalities may pass ordinances now, so they're a lot more empowered than previously to amend the state law within their boundaries, so we'll talk about that. The first one that's gotten the most press is that golf cart riders under the age of 12, so 11 and below, must wear a seat belt when they're in a golf cart on a public street. You must be 16 or over with a valid driver's license to operate the golf cart. It must be insured, permitted, and registered with the DMV. It may only operate on secondary or local roads with speed limits under 35. And they're banned on primary highways at any speed. May operate within 4 miles of their registered address, and may operate only during daytime hours, which the state defines as 6 to 6 during standard time and 6 to 8 during daylight saving time. Municipalities may pass local ordinances regarding a few things like the hours, locations, and method of operations. The city is allowed to dictate which roads are traversable. They may allow conditional operation at night, and the condition is that you have to have functioning headlights and taillights, just like a car. May establish golf cart paths along state highways, and may reduce the radius of operation from 4 miles to not less than 2. So a little bit of the confusion in the law is these are primary highways, so if they have shields, which is how the state defines it, they're classified as a primary highway. And the trick downtown is that 3rd Avenue, 4th Avenue, Main Street are primary highways. They're 378, 905, and 501. So currently, golf cart travel is banned on those highways. You may, if you're driving down Laurel Street, you can cross 3rd and 4th, but you cannot turn onto them. Cities may also restrict operation on certain secondary highways and local roads, and secondary highways are the ones that have the little black sign on top of the stop sign. Some of them, those tend to fall off and they are slow to be replaced, but those should dictate secondary highways. And then the other picture is just a picture of Mill Pond Road to show, and Lockwood Lane show local roads. So the red roads are primary highways in the city. I know it's hard to see, so I'll make this a little bit easier. One of the things that council could do, and we've talked about this with public safety and at the staff level, is, so the red on this map, this is zoomed into the downtown area, the red are primary highways where we think it's probably a good idea for travel to remain restricted. Because even at 35 miles an hour, I don't think you want to encounter a golf cart on Church Street. The green highways are ones where you could consider allowing traffic, and that is 4th Avenue, 3rd, Main from Kingston to 16th, and 16th from Church to Main. And we can discuss that in a little bit, and I know fire and police may have thoughts on that too. Cities may allow operation at night for golf carts with functioning headlights and taillights. You can allow it all night, or it can be allowed with set hours, and these are just some examples. You don't have to use these, but for instance, 6 a.m. to 10 p.m., that could be a summer thing. Sunrise to sunset, and during silver twilight, which is the sun that has not come up or has already set, but it's still light outside. So that's generally about 40 minutes after sunset in the evening, and you can do other.
Might it be geared around some event?
It's possible. That's
Okay.
That's
I
kind
just
of
want to know if we've got that opportunity.
what we can discuss and go back. So that's the end of that, just to kind of give you an idea of what you are able to do as far as local ordinance. And I would imagine, since golf carts are such a part of this community, we probably want to have local ordinance, so we just kind of want guidance from you on what to bring back.
I got a question, and this is personal, I apologize, but from my residence to downtown, there is a stretch of about a city block and a half where I can't operate a golf cart. I can't do it on Main, and I can't, so just to give you some parameters, Boundary empties into Oak Street Extension, and speed limit is 45 miles an hour. And it's 45 miles an hour until I get either to Elm Street or, does that make sense?
Let's request to lower the speed limit.
Yeah, we were going to kind of segue into that, so let's go ahead and network.
Lower the speed limit.
45 is pretty fast on that road. There's
It
a lot
really
of
is. A lot of pedestrians.
Julie, you could need a governor on your
But
phone.
she's talking personal, I can talk personal also.
Well, I'm just trying to get the golf cart to places where people use their golf carts. And you know, this is not a broad thing, but I'm sure that I'm not the Lone Ranger, that there are other places that are restricted just because of very brief distances. Now, I'll tell you what I won't tell you what I have done. Where's Chief? Okay, so.
I know what you've done.
You know what okay, you know what I've done. But, you know, to make it possible and practical and legal to be able, I mean, to be that close to the center of all things golf carty and not be able to ride it is something I'd like for us to consider as we move forward. Thank you.
So one that stuck out when I talked to Chief Long about this is, so currently on Cultural Road, you can't operate a golf cart because it's 45 miles an hour. But if you are open to restricting certain roads, for instance, one that public safety would like to restrict is Mill Pond Road. It's 35 miles per hour and it's a secondary road, so it would currently be allowed, but you've all driven on Mill Pond. And 4-lane highways are trickier.
45 miles an hour.
Some of it is.
Yes, some of it is.
Yeah.
So one of the things we suggest is the possibility of putting in the ordinance that culture is restricted. But public safety would also like to take the opportunity for you all to consider possibly a resolution asking for certain roads where there are issues with speed limit to bring it down to, for instance, culture 35 miles per hour.
But I just can't see culture ever being safe for a golf cart.
Right.
I mean, that's generally.
Nobody's got any
Oh,
business
that
on culture
traffic
and golf cart.
and
The same is
speeding.
true for Main Street. You
That's
don't,
right.
crossing Main Street's one thing, you don't need to be on Main Street in a
On
golf
a
cart.
golf cart, no. I agree.
So that's, while you couldn't operate under current state law on culture, it may be prudent to put culture on the list of restricted roads so that if the speed limit comes down to 35, that's taken care of.
Right, keep it restricted. I mean, the restriction overrides the speed limit piece.
Right.
Okay.
For the set hours, I actually was one I think who suggested the set from 6 to 10. And the reason for that is, although it's not subjective, sunrise to sunset is subjective. The civil twilight is subjective. It may be darkish, I mean, if I leave my house at 8 o'clock and go to Stella's and the line's longer than I expect, then am I supposed to leave my golf cart and walk home? I'm not gonna do that. So if we established a set time period, then there's a set time period. And I think that's much easier to enforce, and it becomes easier for us to rely upon that than having to look at your.
We'll have officers in
What
court
time
all
is,
day.
what time is daylight today? Yeah.
Well, game warden would tell you otherwise.
We don't control the game.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, the set time would make it much easier for enforcement.
It would.
They don't have, because with sunrise, sunset, civil twilight, you have to Google.
Right.
All of that can be crossed.
Is there a concern with any restriction on time? I'll tell you my bigger concern than Sally and I coming home from the bistro at 11 o'clock at night is kids going home from, since she said Stella's, we'll use them again, from Stella's, and mom and dad are on the front, and Junior and his sister are sitting on the back, and their legs are covering the tail light.
Yeah.
I mean, that is, you know, that is asking for problems.
Yeah.
Whether it's 8 o'clock at night or 9 o'clock at night. I'm just wondering, you know, which again, it comes down to an enforcement thing.
It does. And an educational piece, because I think, as much as anything, is they hadn't considered how that hides them from an oncoming automobile. Nobody's thought about those legs covering up the lights, but there's that whole component of education as well.
Part of the, you know, if you were to go all night long, people's focus at 1, 2, 3 in the morning driving is that very narrow tunnel vision.
Mhm.
I don't want to be out here driving wherever I'm on the road at this time of day or night. And the functioning part of your brain of that's small, that's little, that's slow, I think would be a little bit more problematic because we work out there all night long and it happens to us.
Yeah.
I mean, it happens to us and we're out there riding along and all of a sudden you're like, whoa. You kind of hit that little zone where you kind of locked out for a minute. I would not like to see it go all night long.
Okay.
10 o'clock, I think is a really good time. And I also think, as you mentioned, something about events. Maybe in our special event permit package that the city sponsors, if we're like, hey, for Riverfest, we can have that in there that we can waive it that night for an hour, or another, if we do a New Year's Eve midnight, we can waive it for an hour that night because we understand that there's the density is going to come and then it's going to go.
What time
And it's not
does
going to be all
Stella's
night long.
close? What time does Stella's close?
I think 9 or 10 o'clock.
It's late, and it
10 o'clock.
varies. That's the only
Yeah.
reason I was thinking 10 o'clock, maybe later. For that very reason.
You would hit that silver twilight next week on first day of summer would be after 9 o'clock, probably pushing 9:30, and then start shortening after that. But so 10 o'clock gives you a little buffer on the outside edge of it. And piggyback what he said about the speed limits to help out maybe. We're going to pull our collision data, start looking for where are the areas that are more linked to speed and for time of day. So that we can maybe map out areas that we would like to ask DOT for consideration to lower some speed limits. I would love to see East Country Club, all the way down El Bethel, with a consistent speed limit instead of it being sectioned. Oak Street coming into Conway, like you said, needs to be reduced. The density we're getting ready to have there, once Elmhurst builds out, once the new subdivision at the corner of Culture and Oak builds out, all those other projects through there that are building, that density will be like Main Street traffic. So it needs to be reduced through there as soon as we can. So we would look at trying to use that data to ask them about Some of it's gonna be 5, 10 mile an hour adjustments, and even Mill Pond, half of it on between Main Street to 501 is 35, the other side's 45.
Chief, you know this is better than I, but we want to ask for those changes as early in the process as we can, because DOT's stance is that they're about moving traffic more than they are about safety. So, you know, before the numbers make them want to keep it high for the purpose of moving people along, maybe we can make our case for lowering.
We've gotten good feedback from what's the data's there. You know, we lowered the entire corridor from Lake Busby past city limits. That was way too fast out through Georgetown Tech, past Coast Carolina University, all the way out to Wild Wing. And after we supplied the same data that they can retrieve themselves, they were like, you're right, that needs to drop. So we dropped it through there just a little bit. We did some speed surveys and studies out Long Avenue Extension. And part of that, they dropped that speed limit by 5 miles an hour out there as you approach Collins Jolly. There was just too much of an uptick in collisions at that one base intersection there. So they dropped approaching speed limits by 5 miles an hour in each direction. But with it still being a distance into Conway, they probably, even though we dropped that to 35, they wouldn't be able to get into town to do anything.
Well, maybe we didn't have the data, but when we're trying to lower the speed limit on 9th Avenue, for example, which makes no sense, where the homes are set farther off the road, where there's sidewalks on either side, we've got the lowest speed limit. Where the houses are up on the street, where there's no sidewalk at all, it's higher. It just makes no sense to me, and you know what happened with that.
Well, we can pull that data, and again, and we can track, and we can also, we do our own internal surveys, and we do speed counts. We put the spy box out, and that covert data collector, so we're capturing speeds, we're capturing traffic counts. You'd be amazed. You'd be amazed at these streets, the daily volume of traffic that we have on our base streets like 9th Avenue, 4th Avenue, places like that. But we do look at it, and we do come up with some plans out of that, you know, sometimes it's merited, and that there is indeed speed issues, and sometimes it's not, you know, quite as warranted as people think they are. But we still pay it some attention, and at least we have numbers to back it up to say why we do what we do.
So that was the workshop. We'll probably come back to you with some suggestions in ordinance form at a future meeting, and then we can go from there.
Okay, wonderful.
Thank you. All right. The last thing in the workshop agenda is a discussion of Horry County has begun the process of creating a multi-county business park. They had first reading of it on their consent agenda on the 20th of May by title only, which meant that no one would have any idea what it was included, who would be impacted by it. And they gave second reading with a public hearing at the June 3rd meeting. In the packet for that meeting, the PIN numbers were included for the park for the first time. The map showing these parcels is on the screen there. The red, transparent parcels are what was included in the multi-county business park. For reference, right past where the cursor is to the southeast, keep going, down, diagonal, down, keep going. That's Kroger right there. So Carolina Forest Boulevard is at the bottom of your screen. As you know, we've been working on annexation of these parcels with a number of different developers. Some of them we've talked to in these meetings. Some of them I've updated you on. That has been ongoing. We have in our hands, we have site plans for 2 of these parcels for development. We have annexation petitions for some of these that are ready to come in as soon as contiguity is reached. We learned about the county's creation of this park from Myori News, who reported it on Wednesday the 4th of June. It's the first time that we or any of the property owners in the park had any notice of the action, and it came from a newspaper article. A multi-county business park does not affect what the property owners pay in tax, so it doesn't have any tax implications on them, so they're not required to have notice. What it does is convert the taxes in the district that are collected, the property taxes, to a fee. And then that fee can be incentivized by the county. They can do a waiver of the fee, they can do a reduction of the fee, or they can use that fee for other purposes other than property taxes. And all the taxes that are collected, the counties, the schools, and what might be the cities in the future are part of that fee, but the county gets to dictate where it goes. The city has no say-so at all in how those property taxes that would be owed to the city otherwise upon annexation are allocated. The taxes, again, are converted to a fee, and the county gets to decide how they're used. Because the park here is drawn in such a way as to exclude any parcels within the city, the decision-making of the city was intentionally left out of the process and is left out of the decision-making on how the fees are spent. You can see the purple and dark red there, and in between the purple and dark red on the upper left side is a parcel, a donut hole parcel that they've included in the park, in the middle of what was the development, the impeccable development is working on at Gardner Lacey. It's a donut hole. Were the city to have included any of the city were the county to have included any of the city parcels, the city would have to give consent to the creation of the district, which meant we would have a seat at the table on how the monies that are collected are spent in the future. In 2017, the county did something very similar with the area behind Lowe's Home Improvement. It was done specifically as a weapon to stop the city from annexing the property behind Lowe's into the city. That area we supplied the utilities to, and it was part of our long-range annexation plan, and it was done intentionally without our involvement. And this is known as weaponizing a multi-county business park. It's a practice that's happening with some frequency across the state as a tool to give county governments an ascertain of dominance over municipalities. One county went so far as to try to create a multi-county business park of all properties that were not in a municipality at the time, which would have stripped all future tax revenue from that area. I have, since this kind of news broke, spoken with the majority of the property owners or the representatives affected by this action on everything to the north of, I guess to the northeast of 501. June, can you highlight 501 on there with your cursor? Your cursor's to the right. Keep going down. Keep going down. That's 501. So everything to the right of that line is subject to annexation from the city, gets water from the city. Everything to the left of that line is not subject to annexation as they get no utilities from the city.
Are there restrictive covenants on most of those?
There's not restrictive covenants because most of the properties are vacant. Okay. When you get to the corner with Kroger, almost all of that corner has restrictive covenants and will be in the city limits at some point. Part of the reason that those parcels are not already in the city is the lack of restrictive covenants. There's just not continuity yet. It's close, but not quite there. We have been working with multiple property owners in the area, and we've done so not in secret, to allow them to develop the property in a way that would be in the best interest of Conway. Without question, this action of the county jeopardizes a lot of those activities. Again, the county did this without talking to the very people who own the properties in the park and without talking to the city. Our attorney, Walker Humphrey, is here. Walker is here to answer any questions that you have that I did not cover. Any strategies I would suggest we talk about in executive session, which is also on the agenda for tonight. I just wanted to introduce it to you in open, that then we can talk about further in executive session as we talk about legal strategies and get legal advice from our counsel. Walker, did I leave anything out that you wanted to add?
Excuse me. Not that I can think of right now, but happy to address anything that comes up in executive session.
Any questions you want to ask now before we parlay into?
I think there's agreement that we'll wait.
So that concludes workshop. I would suggest that we go into executive session with this being the first topic.
Mayor, I move that we move into executive session.
For the aforementioned reasons.
Correct.
Yes.
And what's published on the agenda.
And that's right, it's published. We have probably seconded a motion to go into executive session. Everyone who says yes, give me your hand. All right. The motion carries unanimously. So what?
Yeah, it does.
And that's
There it is. We are on the air, we are on the air. We're on the air. We're on the air. I move that we approve the terms of the city administrator's position as discussed with the HR director.
Second.
I don't think we need to discuss anymore, do we? No. All in favor, show your hand, and that's unanimous. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
I'll second this motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you so much. Good night, everybody.
Oh, good.